Hey, pal. My butt. Hey, what up? You stay with me, Alex. We'll make cam on anything. Nope, alright. $18.03. Well, hello there, buddy. You're a good boy. Yes, you are. Stay with me. Hey, Mabian, what's up?
Heavy wooden
Nice.
doors, more than twice your height, stand shut. The lock turns easily.
Let's go.
A great whoosh of air in the heart of the city.
Oh, that sucks. I'm so sorry. Alright, am I not giving you enough attention? It is a rough day for jobs. A friend of mine lost his. Today as well. And they just moved to a new house that was unfortunately purchased with the expectation of his stock options. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad that you have you have a little bit of leeway. Is it just they didn't need you, or did something happen? Hi, handsome. Oof, that sucks. If I just put my arm here so that you could rub against me. Yeah, you're my buddy, aren't you? Your breath is terrible, my friend. I love you tremendously. Good boy.
In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad, a dark and radiant majesty. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress.
Nice, maybe.
You should kneel.
What, journal?
Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There you kneel among the snowdrifts, diffuse light falling on your hands from beyond
Sweet.
the glass. The woman looks down at you kneeling. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips and a glint in her green-blue eye of what? Compassion? Remorse? She acknowledges the passing of someone who is still alive. You. As that soft word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws. Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times.
Interesting.
Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles her distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass. Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is Her Innocence, Dolores Day.
Interesting. The
The
figure there
innocence
looks
of
like one of my
humanism,
mind figures.
internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men. The highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world spirit. More, an innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. The legal system of the Real Belt is built to accommodate an authentic rule should it coincide with our time. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. And innocence is a continuous, compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office. No, we are alone. 300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Muindi, she is, among other things, the innocence of inter-isolary travel and the connected world.
Alex?
Many things. You know she was a woman of the court. the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene la Navigateur, Queen of Serene, modern-day Sir La Clay, also that she was gorgeous beyond beauty. Draped in ancient sadness, are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trivia? Standing under a long, slender form like this, dwarfed?
Yes! Big bummer! Boring history! Gotta keep it light, man! Keep it moving! Get fucked up instead!
The past. It's a silo of sadness, fermenting. You should keep away.
Fuck this pain, Bratan! It's unhealthy!
No, you must know.
Goodbye, Alex.
Terribly, women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. A simple grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was, by all means, a kept woman. She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state. A scalpel, a piercing gaze. She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous. It was on her advice that Irene la Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale. A costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately
And in case you can hear it
vindicated
here,
by
it
the
is
discovery of
storming
the
like mad.
new world, the piece of reality you're standing on. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history. The DeLorean era. Wow, indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest. Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber around her, clearly visible beneath her dress.
Hot.
That is why the lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Real Belt. As did we all, the lands of the Mess and the Occident, and even faraway Supreme Windy. Altogether, 21 of the 40 Mundial nations of the time immediately accepted Innocentic rule, even before her crowning. In a city called Advesperaskit in Vesper Messina, her homeland, the name of the city means evening comes, but it happened on a winter's morning with the canals frozen and slush falling out of the sky. She was dressed in a white and pearl dress on an emptied out plaza with the crowd far away. Already her Theriers, the secret servicemen of the Innocents, were worried about an assassination attempt. Oh yes, she looked like humanity's young mother, a perfect mother, insultingly beautiful.
How
It
do I
was
know
as
this
if
well?
her face
How
and
do I know
shoulders
this very
and hands were covered in a soft down of underfeathers. You know this well. Midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her. A small attaché of officials stood by as her Theriers placed a white gold wreath on her head. The crowning was mostly witnessed by secret servicemen. One of the men in this secret service killed her 22 years later. A young man who had come to suspect that Dolores Day was not entirely human, but something else. Something that had walked in our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds, if not thousands of years, until it decided to interfere in the course of our history. We were supposed to come up with this ourselves. The man was reported to have screamed at the Innocents. Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling piece 8 times. The man, thought to be insane, said he once touched her
Interesting.
and her body had been unnaturally warm. like a furnace.
Also the
and that
glowing lungs
sometimes,
thing.
while on duty, he observed her forgetting to breathe
What's
for
up,
over
Alex?
10
You
minutes.
can come back.
This inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of it. But
Meow.
terrifying, it's a simple word. She was bad for humanity, and you shouldn't have started. You already do. Although she is often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day, constantly surrounded by her terriers. She was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs. The Mesk state tried to detach itself from innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism.
what are you doing
Her
here,
mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity, suggesting those who fight against it are not part of humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the color of the Pacific, mare interregnum. Little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel when they think of her. This subtle terror is part of her iconography.
Lieutenant Yefrater, you've stood there for over 5 minutes. What are you thinking of, if I may ask? She's been dead for 300 years. I am almost 1,000% certain she isn't connected to the case. None of this is, in fact. This church, the coast.
Okay, well, we're gonna do this. What do I have that raises my conceptualization? It was conceptualization, right?
The mother of humanism
Visual
stands above you.
calculus. Hold on.
The mother of humanism stands above you. Her precious shards glimmer in the dark. You see little pearls of light. Hey, her Innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? Liked, oh, you have the headless Falcon Rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back. so very, very, very nifty. The mother of humanism stands above you. A jigsaw of broken shards
Okay, there we
falls into place in front of you. A ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one. And a text, a leitmotif below them both. The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden Reichsapfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised. Above, she herself is whole. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk unknown. Below both women, in luminous black letters, après la vie,
After the life,
mort.
death.
Après
After
la
the
mort.
death,
La vie de nouveau.
the new life. Après la vie, after the life, more, death. Après la mort, after the death, la vie de nouveau. The life of, the new life.
And then, along the left side, après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde de nouveau.
After the world, the gray. After the gray, the new world.
After life, death. After death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This is the great leitmotif of humanism, a summary of the effect of the discovery of this isola, the insulindian, on human thinking. A tremendous sea change akin to finding life after death.
Death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan: justice, union, prudence, and force. So do I.
The mother of humanism towers above you. Why? That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else. I don't know. What are we thinking of? Only a strange little... The mother of humanism.
Yes, I wasn't sure before, but this must be the DeLorean. It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps miss...
On the coast of an uninhabited archipelago where only animals had roamed before.
There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Sept Sœurs, they call them. The 7 sisters. Only one remains. The rest were burnt in the revolution or used for building materials. We should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted.
Respectful? Is the lieutenant a follower of DeLoreanism? A pang of guilt? The lieutenant is leaving something out.
I have a theory, yes. There was a police raid a while back. I heard the place was shut. Well, yours...
How come the lieutenant isn't sure? Is this confidential information?
3 precincts were involved in the raid, and people say Precinct 41 was one of them. I'm sorry, I'm not saying you were. It was a clandestine operation. Good luck. You will not get information on a confidential... It happened a while ago. Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws we enforce are DeLorean in origin.
The woman looks by in silence, smiling enigmatically.
It's not spiritual, it's constitutional. The DeLorean system does...
A machine stands in the...
Another radio computer. And this time it's...
These machines, sometimes...
We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case.
A machine stand. The lieutenant doesn't. You see fluorescent play. The lieutenant says nothing. Behind the hatch sits a cube. Another filament. The speaker comes to life.
Good morning, Fortress Accident on Saint-Brune. This is the East.
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed commercial area.
Good. Please
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer.
received. Fortress Accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? I have 2 machines registered.
Saint-Brune. That's the church.
Anything else I can help you with? Good.
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer.
Received. Votre sac. Goodbye.
The machine's keyboard. Nothing happens.
This is such an interesting game in the way that it tells its story, in the way that it arrays itself. It's just fascinating.
Yes?
A pane of Eternite has been planted into the snow, barely holding it up. The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
Hello again.
Come on, get in. The warm stuff's getting out. Sorry, you barely...
You go ahead.
I'm actually not, he thinks.
I'm sure you will feel...
Hi again. So, how are things going? And? What happened? But you did see the machines, right? And I tell you, they're in there. You just have to give it another go. As always, we'll be...
The large-headed youth.
Good morning, comrade.
Huh? I see you're here again. Offside.
I didn't see any of that shit. Oh, I did see the... Oh. I'm not gonna lie, I have somewhat forgotten about it. Okay.
mother of humanisms.
Okay. I'm not sure what I'm not seeing here. Oh, return to the dead body.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a set. You rattle the handle a bit, then push on the door. An old door, worn by elements. You rattle the handle a bit, then...
Alright, one more.
An old door, worn by elements. You rattle the handle a bit. The locusts aren't doing all too well, but...
Right, I did need to go up there. What the fuck was it doing? Oh no, it's over there.
A man lies on the boardwalk.
Hold on. Looks like he's been dead for a while. Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. But that's just a lead.
This is an omen, a sign from above. Don't start drinking again.
Well, at least you're not married.
Or, what if you...
But let's try to not run ahead. Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. No, I don't see anything that points in that direction.
Agreed. If this somehow converges later...
Oh yes. Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have... But I think that death arrived... What about it? The deceased ate some kebab.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
They'll seal this place off after the news reach. Not that sealing it off, it does seem to be a From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave. A field autopsy isn't necessary. I'd say we should just write down head trauma and leave it at that. Let's keep this detour as short as possible. Good call. Alright, we've already examined the library card. Let's call the Jamrock Library, and while we're there, we should also call the...
Why can I not fast travel?
There's some tear, an empty cigarette
Oh, I hate
package,
that.
and a crumpled kebab wrap. The trap stands empty near the reeds. The locusts, dazed from being they're not really
Good, now that's done. Don't answer that. It was a rhetorical question.
He doesn't want to. But if there is one more cryptozoological runner, all the traps are stopped now.
I feel like Ruby's gonna be in here.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades standing.
I don't know. I don't know who died here. Like perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at...
Remember what Trent Heidelstein said about Veld?
Another likely scenario.
Or maybe...
Yeah. It's very unlikely the coalition force. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation...
A cold sea... There's no way the perp is in here, officer. Look how scarred the boards are. All attempts to pry them off have...
The suspect? God, I hope not.
Not this time. The opposition is insurmountable. And dangerous. Dangerous.
Okay, so no, she's not in here. Then I'm honestly not sure where she is. Can I get into the Feld building? Must be able to.
see, a slogan used to intertwine with the...
Looks like tomorrow never came.
Above the mural, a collapsed roof, felled electrical. How ironic. All the felled electrical, you only... There's something in the wind.
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there.
Why single out this one building?
Okay, I need stuff that gives me shivers.
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, suddenly, all... The once bright mural towers suddenly, all is...
Save's coming! Yum.
The once bright mural, even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle trying to talk to the wind. The city is trying to talk to the city, something, a prayer of sorts. To rivet.
How do we? I was really hoping. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned. And then there's the church. If I were a murder suspect...
Or spiritual. She could be looking for...
Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the local. Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk. Buckle up and raise your collar. This search is going to be wet. The once bright mural towers above you, saying a breeze like a quiet. The once bright mural towers a breeze like a...
Alex, you weirdo, what are you doing?
The once bright mural a breeze like a quiet... The once bright mural towers above you, saying, fell suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low, in through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the...
She's down there.
Okay. Why? Good, good, yes. Cold spells. So basically your hangover is telling you she's down there? So, how do we get in there? The doors... Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing...
There has to be a way to use brute force. A rusty ladder.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
An old pipe peeks out from a building like this. Must have multiple doors. Your eyes slowly begin to... The lieutenant looks over your shoulder.
Given that this isn't martial arts, however, the pipe suggests there may be...
He means the pipe. The lieutenant's face lights up. He doesn't usually notice these little things.
And it's right here. A maintenance...
Oh yeah. Big boy time.
Okay, physical instrument. Hi, what's up? What? Can I help you? What? How? Oh, I have both cats down here. What's up, guys? You being weird, man.
Behind the pipe, the maintenance door, rusted. You and the lieutenant lead.
Oh, I could also. Can I level up? Yes.
Behind the pipe, the maintenance door, rusted shut. You and the lieutenant.
You don't want me to pet you now. I see. I see how it is.
Behind the pipe, the maintenance. The metal doors are heavy and
Good work.
Yes. Where'd he go? What? What? Oh, what? What? I wasn't done down here. Shit. Well, I guess I almost was.
a mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like some...
The lieutenant does not seem to share your enthusiasm.
We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers. Half a century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing. I think the purpose of this bunker... I won't stand in your way, but don't... You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Years' worth of dust is shaken.
Alright, well maybe I was down here. Alright, I guess I was done here. Ha 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 ha. Hi, Aaron. Okay, where do I go? Am I missing something? Oh, yeah, okay. A whole area.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp.
No. What do you mean? I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. Looks like our suspect. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what...
You will upset the balance of power. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
You're right. However corrupt he may be, nothing
In this case, we can't afford to be squeaky clean.
Definitely. I think she knows something about the mercenaries. You think we should finish running it now?
It's a minor point. Don't worry too much about this.
Well, we are not responsible for what...
Let's try not to. If you can't predict it,
I think I see a cavern.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not.
So in other words, this is the game telling me I am approaching the point of no return.
Suddenly, your
Oh,
entire
God.
body is paralyzed. Aggressive white
I didn't
noise
realize it was
fills
just
your
right
skull.
there.
A strange pain, like you...
No, let's... I want to have all those thoughts.
There it is again.
No, but I don't feel it, but... No.
It's not a quib. The situation...
Looks like our suspect. Once we detain a...
You will keep calm.
You're right. However corrupt...
In this case,
Definitely. I think she... You think we should...
it's a minor point.
You mean Morel? I don't...
If it gets that tense,
Well, we...
let's... If you can't,
I think I see...
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not.
Okay, so this is the game telling me, hey, if you've got some shit you want to wrap up, which I do. There's a couple of things I want to run down.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't... I can wash it for you.
Hell yeah. No, we must run around ceaselessly.
I could use a breather before another rainy day begins.
Well, I must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth.
that was them running around like chickens with their heads cut off.
Tequila sunset. My jacket?
A look of consternation.
What the fuck are you talking about, Tequila? Rosemary, what the fuck is Tequila talking about?
Aye, that's the jacket you stole 2 weeks ago.
That's disgusting.
It becomes abundantly clear to you how I'm calling it. It's neurological.
That shit is so medium concept, I wouldn't touch it with a...
It's an okay jacket, if you're into that look. Okay. I've been meaning to have a little chat with you. It's just, well, you look more like a high-flying businessman than a police officer. There's nothing wrong with... You know the expression, the clothes make the man? The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world. Let's not get ahead.
A warms.
Anyway, we should...
Alright, if I want to go back to Everard, I need them to sign. I don't know if I want them to sign. But also, I could talk to Joyce.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Okay.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Yes. It took some convincing...
The lieutenant leans in to listen.
That suit of armor was issued to an Oranese citizen named Elis Kortenaer. That's E-L-L-I-S Korten. He was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor near an abandoned farm. He spent 4 months in the neonatal unit, survived. This is what the ICP knows about him. He was raised by foster parents, entered the East Brand Military Academy in Vredefort at 17, then served in the Oranese forces till he was honorably discharged in 41, just a year before the Seminese conflict. Then the armor followed him to Seminine, or at least I assume it did. And that's it. There are no records of his employment in Trinette. It's a garden tool used to press leaves into these cubes.
It is. Thank you, Alice.
None, officer. Sorry.
Even that is a small miracle.
No problem.
A compliment from Lieutenant Gitzerard.
A name. This is very good.
This means something to him. To know that name. Sometimes police work is...
I'm glad the inquiry was helpful to your investigation, officer. It will take just...
Her voice is...
Gottlieb, what do you want?
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, it is.
Was that a snarl or a suppressed groan? No love for you here.
What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad you want the real, honest-to-God truth. Stop drinking, eat magnesium.
The money is probably going to some old, oily...
And no, I don't want to hear a political commentary on the topic. In fact,
It's not fucking cryo-actylate. It's superglue.
Cyanoacrylate is superglue.
And you survived it. Even better.
Accept it. The body...
With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs now.
There is no surprise in his voice.
What else? I'm not a brain doctor.
It's hard to say if he doesn't believe you.
Yes, there's no end to the misfortunes fate has seen fit to rain upon me. Basking in your glory, yeah?
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Hold on, officer. I've got Central Jamrock.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here.
He sounds worried, yet ready to assist.
Billy Majon, you said. Give it... Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy...
They're too poor to have a...
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33...
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
The smoker on the balcony?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day. Marie? Marie? Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband.
Good. You have a name now.
Marie knows Billy. She's been working here.
And then goes for a little drink later.
Sorry, no. Marie only knows... Marie? She said it was an older man. Sorry. Marie wasn't really happy we could help.
Anything else you need from me? One moment. Can you please describe the body?
We suspect he might have been...
Any signs of violence? No field autopsy.
You can hear her quick.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes? Any information on the library? Good. Yeah. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case? I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please, that's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do? 57.
In the cabin, you see a set of
That's one brutal motor carriage.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in part.
A snazzy, shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine...
Yeah, tribal shit.
Well, I appreciate it.
It's just theoretical.
Skulls. Now there's a strong organization.
I can tell you who we're not.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and...
The part of this presentation you want to take...
Okay then, let's indulge.
You don't know?
It's not a question. Don't get into it.
The question was rhetorical.
Besmatine, or the Besmati, the Immortals, are West River Sholi.
The nastiest bunch of psychos ever.
Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all...
If a skull spots you, he will...
The lieutenant's voice is as calm as usual. A testament to the violence and death he's witnessed through...
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jam.
I can't wait to become a skull. But
Oh, yeah. Cindy's a right proper...
Yeah. A true artist of the future.
By the way...
For all their nihilistic posturing, the lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
Oh, man, yeah. We're not fucking kids, man.
Be wary of the...
Probably because of how non-verbal their mode of operation is going to be. It's a threat. But I don't. In fact, I just...
Hey,
Yeah. Didn't you cops, like, have some...
The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are...
Apart from the Union.
Don't you worry about...
Yeah, we are. We're not franchise skulls. Well, because we can be just...
But in a non-threatening and...
We'll fuck the system from the inside later.
Right on, fuck. Mm-hmm.
Murder? Yeah, sure.
Also, he was hanged. He was
Yeah.
These punks don't know anything.
Hey!
Ah, this sounds like epistemology. A field so occupied by thought that it begins to question.
Exactly. How can what?
What if it's art?
Maybe it's true. The hanged man is merely a prop in a performance. No reply. The blonde rebel.
What about them? Well, first off, it's a statement and not the word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place. Also,
these guys kinda
you've got to
boring.
admit, what I mean by this is...
It seems that the young man has a certain
Like I said before, many men keep searching for the one.
I'm wondering if the poetics come with...
To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the law. You get more because...
Hate to admit it, but in a weird way, he's got a point. Is it a coincidence that here we have two...
Yes? What is? What are you implying? I'm not sure I understand you, Detective. Neither. Fine, if only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, it seems about right. Especially...
That's an origin story.
So are we done here? Or... You don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you?
Oh, I want those jackets. Oh, I want those jackets. Oh, we're getting those jackets. Oh, we're getting those jackets. What will give me half-life?
That ride is fuck.
Hey, piss. Look who it is. Shrunken cophead material.
No, no, no. Don't ask anything. Be subtle and scary.
What? No. Scott?
Yeah, man, keep your voice down.
Prospect must be a hierarchical term.
Wow, you boys are ambitious. Only prospects and already planning a coup in the
I
skies.
like this.
You're destined to go far.
He gets it. Passive-aggressive flattery.
Shut the fuck up. Are you trying to get us killed?
Now bring it to the jackets and, yes, start shouting.
Please be quiet. What? What do you want? The jacket?
You got it. No need for cruelty.
Oh, man. Okay.
Fuck.
The lieutenant watches the boys take their jackets off with mild amusement.
I'm absolutely okay with not having either one, thank you. I already am expressing my individuality.
I like
I'm
him.
not.
Good. I want...
Cold-hearted cop.
The need will not...
The jackets are meant to complete each other. If a man was standing alone on a street corner with...
I don't know, Eric. It's cold out.
Yeah, let's get out of here. The cops fucked us.
Huh.
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box.
Did I do what I needed to with these?
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine.
I feel like I did.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red, watching over all the ice cream wrappers. A friendly cock. The paper still smells of vanilla.
Good question, I know. What is even the electricity?
Lucky us.
Did I not have? Oh.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a capote.
Hello, dear. Thank you for doing that, dear.
Her smile is weary. Her earlier ebullience has left her.
Morel still isn't feeling well. I convinced him to stay at Gary's to get some rest. I'm sorry, dear. You've had to drudge. Morel will eventually.
The lieutenant stares at his shoe, caked in mud. He doesn't say anything.
That really is too
Very strange. Why is she not letting you do this? It's
different. How?
answering a question with a question, for example. Defensive isn't.
Not. It's,
And when a police officer asks,
Do you ever wonder if some lovely story from your childhood is just that? A story? Or a dream? Seeing the Insulindian phasmid was just a story I used to tell people. I didn't really think about whether it was real or not. Morel's so proud of it. He always tells everyone.
a terrible sting in the heart. Regret.
No, at least I don't. That I'm some queen of the
That I am a queen, an extraordinary witness to grace.
But now we're both getting old, and he's still working himself sick out in those reeds looking for it. But what if I was just wrong? I think I was.
The lieutenant opens his notebook, but doesn't write anything. But it has, hasn't it? A seed can only bear what's inside.
You might be right. I was a paraplegic.
She has to swallow to relax.
I'm gonna read it.
Are there? Some of the other things are.
Yes, I should go now. Poor Morel is running a fever. Likewise, sweetie.
A waste of a dream. Like that, she drives off. The gas engine sputters quietly as she gets to the doors, then pushes them open. Outside,
we should go to
somewhere out there, a kilometer to the
Oh, god damn it. I will not let it end with her like that. That's... no. I'll go through this rigmarole again.
That ride is fucking...
Hey, piss... Look who he...
No.
What?
Yeah, man.
Prospect.
Whoa.
He...
Shut the fuck...
Now bring it to the jacket.
Please be quiet.
You got it.
Ah, man.
Fuck.
The lieutenant watches the boys take their jackets off.
I'm absolutely okay with not having either one, thank you. I already...
I'm not.
Good.
Cold-hearted cop.
The need will...
The jackets are meant...
I don't know.
Yeah, let's get out of here. The cops fucked us.
I am not gonna fail a 97% check to reassure her that her marriage has not been a sham.
Hello, dear. Thank you for...
Her smile is...
Morel still isn't feeling... I'm sorry, Morel will...
The lieutenant still...
That real...
Very strange.
Different.
Answering a question with a...
It's,
And when a...
Do you see Morel's...
A terrible sting in the heart.
No, sweetie. There's more to that. I'm some...
That I am a...
But now...
The lieutenant opens his notebook, but doesn't... An acorn is not the same as the tree. That requires time, diligence, and care.
But it is. We've spent... If I hadn't led him down this path, he could have a steady job lecturing at a university.
You know, this reminds you of the Pericanasian theory of love. In essence, love is a relay out of death. Generation by generation, our love remains in our progeny.
Oh, sweetie. I don't think I was a paraplegic before we met. He did.
She has to swallow to relax her throat. It's keeping her from talking.
Maybe. But then why do what you have to know is the insulin phasmid.
Are there? Some of the other things are pretty bad.
A true believer. Sometimes I still see it too. The real memory of it. How it was there. Not the memory of the memory, but...
Rising. Unfolding from the reeds on a hot summer's day. Like a benevolent god.
Either way, I should go. Poor Morel is running a fever and I need to get... Oh no, thank you, but I can get there on my own. This old thing is got...
Really?
Oh, sweetie. Please don't get stuck on... Okay?
A sigh. She doesn't think you'll need it.
Likewise, sweetie. Thank you for everything. Truly. Even though it turned out to be a
waste of time. A dream like that. She drives off.
Okay.
The guest enters quietly as she gets to the doors.
I at least reassured
then
her that
pushes
her
them
marriage
open.
was not a shame.
Outside, it's snowing.
We should go to...
Somewhere out there, a kilometer to the south.
Where's apartment 20?
You hear someone walking around inside.
Excuse me?
Scare them. There's no sweet talk. You have plenty of reason to enter.
Oh, come on!
Well,
that was smart.
Satisfied? My name is Mary.
Her voice is real.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can.
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol. Be friendly.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back. I need to get it right. It was some kind of a moribund old...
A sudden series.
I've done this before, but then I
months.
think
Oh,
I
that's
reloaded.
another huge mess. And again, a whole...
The sum must have been puny.
These apartments are perfectly fine. I'll tell you, Martin...
The Radio computer wizards are invested with magical. It's as if they're real.
Don't ask both apart, of course.
Okay.
Give me a moment. I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them. Yes. Well,
Your statements are.
it's about Victor, isn't it? It's always about Victor.
There. Do you smell? Can you not detect that inimitable? What do you? The first thing that strikes you is the oval, but then the unmistakable reek of seagull shit hits you, buoyed along on the air currents.
Everything in order, detective? You're developing. You know what?
The lieutenant lacks your highly developed politico-olfactory certainement. A precocious communist youth. A chance to establish contact.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural? Ooh. No,
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
it doesn't have to do anything at all.
The inspiration will come to her once hell is set loose on the streets. It's too calm.
Does anyone in a shoot, Piggy? I don't believe it.
The bemusement in her voice doesn't fully mask genuine tenderness.
There'll never be skulls, but their hearts are in the right place. Fat chance, but you can still.
She throws you a
Have you noticed the quiet? Every so often, you might hear this place is a sepulchre.
She's making a valiant effort to come off as a nihilist, but she's really just an angry little commie. No wonder she was talking about the streets floating.
You got me, pig shit. I don't make for a very good skull. I like animals too much. Simians and pigs. But I'm still gonna write some damn good graffiti-o on this wall.
Her voice sounds different when she speaks this candidly.
And what do you know about politics?
The girl erupts in a
Oh, that's very nice. The little piggy wants to make sausages. So the little... Sure. I know someone, a right communist, who runs... I might... No.
The lieutenant let slip a sigh that seems to suggest this turn was utterly predictable.
Oh, fuck.
She's got you by the balls. A wicked grin, a laughing skull. Death hilarious.
Oink for me, piggy. Just once. Wow. That was...
A cool, damp feeling ripples through you. The lieutenant needs...
Sounds like you're really... Steban's group meets only at night. Poke your snout around sometime after 10 p.m. And you... Hold on. See, Steban's a bit on the paranoid side. Sure. Why would I? Now, that's enough. Off with you then.
Interesting. Alright, this is this. I just want to tell a lady about her dead husband. That's so wrong. If you were a lady, wouldn't you want to know about your dead husband? Oh, goddamn it. My ability to navigate the world has never been the best. There we go.
This door is made of metal and appears... A weathered brown door. Something smells good. Soup alongio. The lieutenant... This is the door. You already know...
Don't knock! Just leave! You don't need this! You don't need...
A weathered brown door. The lieutenant... This is the...
Don't knock! Just leave! You don't need...
Hello? Who is it?
And someone turns down the radio.
The police.
Tidying up. There's fear in her voice.
Come in.
Oh, this is going to be tragic.
Hello, I'm Billy. Would you like something to...
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy condensation. He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is it the...
Hello,
The lieutenant condensate. He must feel vulnerable without his glasses.
is this about Victor, my husband? No, this is...
How about some small talk? Definitely no small talk. This isn't the time or place.
Empathy. I need empathy. I don't have a negative to it, but I don't have any positives right now. Probably about as good as I'm gonna get.
She looks up, too anxious to say anything. You've done this before. Just keep your focus.
What did you say? Oh. Oh. But he was just...
But he was just here. Alive.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions.
What happened to him? Was he drunk? I see. How long had he been?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever. She blinks, eyes.
Here.
No, no. I just...
Unreal.
God. Should I call them?
No. A day.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Just tell me, what do...
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will...
A very good...
Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if... Thank you. Thank you.
These are her last reserves of strength.
We should step outside and talk.
Very sad.
You did well. You did enough. Can't save the whole world, you know.
Can't bring the dead back.
I'll call the station when we're finished with the day, and let them know the name of the deceased. They'll manage.
They have to. It's not your place to live their life.
Let's go.
Alright, fuck it. I think... Oh, well, alright. Let me go to the bookstore and buy a map.
Several maps have been... The maps look old and faded. Your eye...
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. Yes, yes. Are you interested or not?
The north coast of to the east, rolling hill Hudon. It's so small. No. This large map, Ozon, disintegrated. In the northeast, you can. On lost, 850 million people live on these little dots. The ocean breaks up connections. 850 million.
I'm sorry, they're quite valuable, though they might. That old thing. It's from when some design.
The place does not look like.
They didn't get that far, for some reason.
Several maps. The maps look old.
I'm sorry, they're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is. Yes, yes. Are you interested or not?
Oh, I think I already got it. Yes, I already got it. So now I need to go to Claudia's apartment. This is probably the last thing I'm going to wrap up before I go into the end game.
The same two neon-lit shapes. A map. According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of B prime for Boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the Islet Detective. 700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. 1.2 kilometers away. The least 1 kilometer away. An unlikely point of origin. Beyond the shot would have been a small mirror.
From where, precisely? I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance? Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nests. It would be the diligent.
Let me see if there's one more thing.
Officer?
Nope. Boardwalk Island Land's End. is it calling the island?
A few locusts trudge along the wall of the track. Poor things. Well, here's the boardwalk. Where do I look from? An old door, worn by elements, guards.
Is there anything that I can do for interfacing? I mean, I guess I could have fucking raised. I think I did raise it.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. You rattle the handle a bit, then push on the door.
We don't get in there. Frankly, you're just
No. We've gotten into every door thus.
Yeah, I understand. Relax. No one's hiding in there.
At least you can think about opening it. About...
Oh, well, hold on.
An old door, worn by elements. You rattle... An old door, worn by... You... An old door, worn by elements. You rattle the handle a bit. An old door, worn by elements. Guard, you An old door, worn by elements. You... rattle. An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. You
I feel like, honest to God, I should have gotten this by now. A 3% chance means what? Every 33 times? I should get it. I've done that, and I understand that, obviously. That's not actually how it works. It's not guaranteed.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. You
Like, is it genuinely unopenable?
An old door, worn by elements. You rattle the hand. An old door, worn by elements. You rattle the handle a bit.
Okay, so it is genuinely unopenable. Okay. Then I'm gonna look it up later after I'm done with the game. Well.
An old door, worn by elements. You rattle the handle.
We don't get in there. Frankly.
No. We've gotten into every...
Yeah, relax.
At least you can think about opening it.
It's military. Probably something that is no longer there. From here to the whirling, I can't see how.
Anything different in here? No.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain. It doesn't wish to hurt you. Not according to your ear canals. Wait, that's an awful decision. Why would you not want to shield yourself from it? It's an entirely...
Oh, I meant to hit the other one.
...experience. Way worse than...
And actually... Pain threshold, huh? Well, I have stuff that improves that.
entire body is paralyzed. It's like 1,000...
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Can't say it's a...
The voice coming through doesn't wish to hurt you. No, buddy. That's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely... Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job.
Really now? Check this out.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field. Wow, check out the big brains on you. You're not entirely wrong. A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun...
So, what we are...
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that does... At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale...
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break loose.
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I broke it myself.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented.
Oh yeah. Wait, no. Once I shut down the compressor, Yeah, let's not talk about that shit.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops.
If you've got something really important...
Turn this...
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down.
She's carrying a 2-barreled front loader. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form... Just keep her talking. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
So nice. That's one...
As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now.
This could have turned out pretty bad for me if you hadn't...
That's her admitting the bullet was... It was dark in the shack. The waves outside had calmed down. She looked at the loaded gun. Then she cracked the barrel open and took the bullet out.
No, I didn't do it. I only... Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. Oh, I knew the kid, but she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. Those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people whom people like.
$8
How the fuck did the rest of you get by? I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Like what? I already...
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a...
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style. So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around. I never did understand why, when someone dies. No, I did not. I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending...
She didn't hate him, okay?
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you. You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time. Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain. No. Not since I was 14 and hanging out. Why? Yeah, and probably some ghosts from the time of the suzerain. I'm not really interested in supernatural mysteries. Don't know it, but also, the shot couldn't have come from the roof.
She has a...
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Clausia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. It's very powerful. I used it to tune into... The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna... Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before... And... Sure don't.
The breech loader?
No. The gun store. Trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? A knocked way AD front loader. Yeah. No. No, yeah?
More questions before doing anything.
How should I know? As I keep...
Those rings around her eyes. Her tired voice.
Police radio?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still... He was still warm.
She eyes you.
It's okay.
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was she sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next... Oh yeah, super. But I didn't... No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the...
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? No. Faking a lynch... Yeah. In cold blood. It really surprised me. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck.
Glacia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admit... As I keep telling you cops...
But even if this is true...
War? The thought crossed my mind.
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because...
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people. I saw you roll into town. I wasn't a... Yes. You. Everyone says you're his peon. His human can opener.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you fucking hell. And why me? It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminal...
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to la puta madre.
Did someone mention a fucked up tie? I call bullshit! You're too crazy to be corrupt!
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean... All of this just means that you're effective.
Right. Sure. You don't know. Yeah, sure.
She doesn't...
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you. You know what I did. I fucked him over. And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair.
She's not going to change it. Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you, singular?
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them? Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had two guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman... What? The woman was the... That sound about right?
No idea. Satellite Officer Whitmere looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Miller. We can either take a room here in the whirling or go home for today. Let's go home, John. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean?
Christian, lock.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressed. What bunker? Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
No!
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no other options. You know. This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives. She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth. Eyes filled gratitude, doubt. Her neck and shoulders relax, and her grip on the gun loosens.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call. I would have done the same, had I not been incapacitated. Her tent. We should check it out.
Ooh, that was exciting.
The plain red tent. The tent looks old, but what it reeks of cigarettes. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried.
See anything?
Rager Monthly. Journal of Materials Suck. You pocket the worn, a trusted friend left behind.
We should read this immediately.
A thick journal. The cover is made of full gray. Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects. She's got good taste and must have taken whatever she recorded here serious. The journal falls open. About the large cursive of someone who writes. It's a mix of logistical.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from it.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly.
There could be useful information about local operations.
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the short, wry observations of people and places. Probably staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal. The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and she is referring to betraying her previous employer. That name isn't meant. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it then again. Isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do so. Whatever you may look like, you don't been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all. Did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people. They'd take measures to protect themselves. The entry ends. That must have been one hell of a conversation. The most recent, and even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if...
It looks like she might have been framed.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone...
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive... No, I don't think you are. The head of a major Jamrock gang, specializing in drug production and...
He's not 100% sure you're not indebted to the...
Could have been Titus. Then again, maybe there's a Hardy boy with yet... One thing is for certain. We have business...
Huh, I thought we were genuinely getting to the end.
Plain red
I'll play a little bit longer tonight, but yeah, it's not going to be a huge amount of time. Oh, I guess... Wow. Looked in here. Yes. All right. Also, I will be streaming on Saturday, but it will be an evening stream. I have a commitment during the day.
Stop. Now. It is time. Crisis. Death. Arm yourself with anything you can. Unless you have nothing. I can talk you out of it. You're too likable to die. Don't worry.
Then you'd better get ready. What?
Was I supposed to have found my gun by now?
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt.
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out.
This is the scab leader. His chest rises and...
Shh. This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet.
Oh shit.
You can just return to your unit.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me in.
He is facing over peaceful. Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are...
Fuck. There are 3 of them.
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
If this turns into a fire...
A sound strategy.
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to...
Get lost, comedian. You cops had...
Pig fuck!
Oh, people are gonna die today.
No one is going to kill anyone.
With a wordless, the leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. No, it's okay. Soften him up. and trust the others to attack even if it comes to a fight. I don't know about this getting under his skin. Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that. Please. Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
As he moves, the click, click, click. The realization comes to you, like a picture puzzle coming together. His name is Raoul No, probably Foster.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer. All sentenced to death by lead.
He sways from left to right, inspecting you.
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck. Same fucking mud hut town, too.
Okay, good.
Who? Laylee.
We researched him. We contacted the ICP.
They fucking put Laylee in a leaf.
There's real anguish in his voice.
Sadness.
It's a mind fuck, Corty. He wasn't putting it.
Open fire. We can't have that.
Fuck do you mean? Talker.
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic, a nice guy to be around.
Yeah. He liked to chat up the natives. Share leaflets. Squeam. If Laylee was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for...
Ready to open fire, Major.
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man. It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. Find his killer. Cop. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna...
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it got him off center. All right, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Cranor would never Really? None of this looks like it's going to do anything but piss him off.
What always happens when you get good at your job? That name meant night raids. The same thing happened when we were called not after...
Okay, it's not much. But he's easy now. Tell them these men didn't do it. There's a peaceful way out.
Yeah? Who did that? How fucking convenient. You think I'm fucking stupid? How about the kid? Tell me.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who...
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him. All together. Titus said, we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud.
You're lying, DePaul.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
Fucking liars.
The shot rings in your ears. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. What topic? Shots have been fired. Act before it's too late. This was a close call.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks? She's gone, you stupid fuck! Stay cool! The company bitch is gone. Laylee's gone.
Guys, I just get in the way.
Hold your ground. Any more of you run, I'll shoot you, my...
They're huddled close in a formation.
Yes. So what? Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking...
Enough already! What?
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal. Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left!
Unarmed. hunched, but keeping it together.
She left! Her room's clean.
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna...
She's gone. Forget it.
What's that, loincloth? I can't hear you.
Shit, this is it. Tell him anything. Tell him you have more information.
Rude. Kill him.
The porcelain man raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His hands are steady, and the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly. An Easter AR-FA-7, built for taking out light armored vehicles. It will
this is
devastate
gonna be
you.
terrible.
A low shot rings. You feel a tapping, like rain on your chest plate. Heavy drops of rain. Then the sound of dice rolling as the cuirass distributes the shock evenly from plate to plate. You got hit. The armor took most of it, but still your ribcage burns.
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. 2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 cold eyes looking at you through all the smoke and panic, and a pistol raised, aiming at you. A look of happiness. His eyes seem unnatural. Here it comes. Death. You simply blink, then something inside your pelvis, the pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out. Stay with me. Yes, keep talking.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and a shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising his pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. No, you scream. Behind you. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and you hear a roar of pain. A death scream. The sound disappears.
This is death. One more door, baby.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is up. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep, and rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth, drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally we...
The engine of a...
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He only gets worse.
Does this start with me waking up in the
You
hotel
see the
room?
lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Sunrise, Parabellum. It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago.
Dramamine? Then it's not that bad. Neither surgical nor organ damage bad, but still under the counter bad.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. Yes, the joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
The close proximity of death must have made the lieutenant contemplate his life choices. He's done with the jacket.
What jacket?
Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely. Yes, we have also completely failed. But that's all. What happened? We tried to take the diplomatic route, and as retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He hit the cuirass. I heard it go. I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine.
This is not the first person to die.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo died before they made it to intensive care. Titus died in the hospital. Yes. You were bleeding out. I think you said no one wants to party with you. And you warned me. I was able to disarm the Major before he got the jump on me.
Thank you. Although...
I was not able to kill him, as I should have. Cronel took him. A stray bullet killed the Pole, though. And that's what happened. Yes. He's in a private hospital across the river. Cronel claimed him from the local butcher shop where Titus died. We won't get to him anymore. 4. Glenn, Theo, Angus. All. Yes, officer. 7. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The mercenary and...
He did not expect you both to survive once you... His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse.
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The bruising in your shoulder is negligible. We will see.
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho-locomotor.
Good. You'll need to be. No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. Back to that shithole, he says.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. I'm sure they're worried about...
That means he hasn't seen them around while you were out.
I don't know. I did. No need. Not very. I have a concussion from the maid. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you.
How differently can that go?
Easy now.
Because I feel like besides not having my gun, I had most of the information I needed and I succeeded all of my checks.
How are you?
He nods.
I honestly don't know. We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. Joyce has left too. We never got... Yes, Joyce Messier. On the boat, you know? She could... It's a little late to elicit her support now. Ruby's gone. And Class here too. We really should have arrested her, you know? I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else, outside our circle of suspects. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect. We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics institute.
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
Yes. God curse the footprints. Not solving the case for us. Au diable. We could find thousands more if...
But they seemed so mysterious.
No need to be melodramatic. Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not...
That does make some sense.
What?
Would it have made a substantive difference if I had bought people off for Everard, or found the drugs for the Pines representative? Because I have a separate save. I could go back and do those.
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to.
He's wrong.
Okay.
He does not. It's morning outside. He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
It really is very hard.
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
No. Are you ready to limp? Good.
The lieutenant did meant also. It's just close enough to endure the walk.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one here.
Rise and shine, comrade. It's time to get to work, despite all the thinking. Rise and shine, despite all the thinking you've been. Your level of person, you must, but it won't. They live underground. They're not, possibly. Listen to this. Regardless, just between us, you let your... No, we really have no idea what they're talking. It's not stupid. It's the greatest in good luck.
Ow.
Rise and shine.
No,
Despite all these papers bear the stamp of the RCM.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night. It would have been easy were it not for my concussion.
Next to the stack of bills. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over.
A gift. I am not drawing...
Relax. Not...
It's hardly surprising.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory.
A ray of backward motion. It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles. The island in the bay.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point. She was there that night.
She had a long time to...
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question... I don't know. At this point...
What difference does it make?
So it is.
For a second he seems... tired.
I just haven't gotten it.
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything. He is trying to jump. The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez, looking under every rock and talking to every person. But what else is there?
Okay, let's go to the fucking island. How do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone. Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
So the answer turns out to be, we were like that is always gonna break bad.
Officer Harry, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
You're not limping. You're you. She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gun.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Ghilaine.
Of course. Can I help you with something? That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking.
This must be one of the many fortifications.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do. On raft. The twins. God forbid.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that?
Be my guest. They were straight. Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not. I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with Ether, will you?
That's cool. You boast in your back.
If you promise to bring it back. And no scraping.
Of course, ma'am.
Aye.
The crow's feet disappear.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her.
So how much worse can it get? Like, can I outright die there? I feel like I was pretty smart to put on the fucking cuirass.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other...
Lily's mum. And that I am. That's, nothing. And we make a fire. Gather the stick.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war.
I don't know what they are. They're alive.
They must mean a human being on that island.
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Because he asks to put the fire. I don't know. Yes. I...
Did you mean there are...
Yes. No, he doesn't live... No, he lives there. He doesn't live...
Anything else?
I don't know. We ran. He just... Our father didn't say that. He didn't. I don't know. Doesn't even have anything to do...
The two things are...
There's
Lights. Fire guy.
Okay. I'm super curious what happens if
Be careful out there. Seas.
What happens if you're not wearing the cuirass?
A skiff with a small stair. Once you get in, that's it. Have you made all the net? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this. The skiff, once you get... Have you made all the nest? Remember what the net picker said.
What? Fine.
Sad FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow.
I love that you can die getting a, This is pretty amazing.
Want to be free.
Oh, alright.
Want to be free. It will last forever.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, let's go.
Oh, could I have found my gun before now?
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Ah, yes, so it seems. Technically, no, it doesn't.
He's right.
For bringing munition
as a defensive measure
from enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revach.
Where is it? Like, obviously... Oh, I should stop running. Obviously, I'm not gonna go get it. Where is the fucking gun? Alright. So Everard has it.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. The flock of quail departs. On the islet, there is almost no wind, like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work. A silent hiss, sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree. The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box. Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very a jitter, a sound impatient to happen, but not yet in this world. You hear some kind of limb fidget. No, it's just your image.
Yes? It is. Is that why we are stopping?
The lieutenant... ICM. This feels familiar somehow.
It does. The RCM may descend from the... It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people...
Nice political thought. A mediocre athlete would pant from dragging around his body on a busted crutch. But not you. You're thinking about politics, with blood dripping down your thigh.
There were all sorts of groups and groupuscules. Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The Black...
Sounds an awful lot like...
No.
With its horns in the sky.
No, that's the...
A DeLorean-era symbol of insulin.
After 44 years? That's... One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things...
old cylindrical generator. The lieutenant puts his hand...
It's cold now. Downstairs, somewhere, liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout, the kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel.
If anyone's a hollow ring, that
I don't know.
That is his idea of a joke. A small agony. Minuscule bones may have fractured. He nods approvingly.
Someone with basic electrical skills.
The wind outside. One more door.
More door.
There is no way to open the supply depot door. Accept it. You cannot open all the doors. You have to integrate this into your character. Some doors will forever remain.
Okay, fine.
Books and magazines, most are soft covers. Serialized popular depictions of man versus nature, but among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized...
Someone's made themselves a home.
Conceptualization, okay.
Soft covers, serialized, fantastique, and detect... Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory. That is, dour, life non-affirming.
Ooh, yeah. I agree. Humanitarian sciences.
Your incendiary remark has... It's making a strong comeback. After all...
That one student did have some, yes.
The little books seem inconsequential.
Again, I am not a philosopher, but...
Interesting. There's a greasy old spring mattress in...
Someone has been squatting here.
A flash of pain interrupts you.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's... Yes, anytime.
You don't have... The greasy old...
The offer still...
The bed is quite... You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. You didn't realize how tired you were. The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete, you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to sleep.
Where's Kim? I don't like this, and I am willing to reload. Where's the damn door? What the fuck?
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She... Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking. But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be... Let her go. This is the Holy Queen of the territories of Mwindi and Insulinda. Think of the... Win her back. How does that fit in here? And what is the Holy Suzerain doing here anyway?
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions. She sighs and looks over her shoulder. What are you doing? Stop saying things like that.
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime. Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality. Oh, this. This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium.
She looks at the suit.
Anyway. No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters.
What?
It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
It's not. But... I don't know why I said but. There is no but. That's it, yes. We've talked about it 1,000,000 times.
Is God
You
breaking
will
up
get
with
over
me?
it. Just like I did. People do.
Where in hell? Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything.
See? It just takes some time. For you, I think it'll take something like 20 years, maybe. It was hard for me too. I used to think I couldn't live without you. But I can.
Yeah.
Yes. But no, Harry. We can't. We already tried again, and it didn't work.
Is that how it is now? We should just try all good things twice, and then give not you too.
I don't know. Please. Harry, we can't be together because you're insane.
She avoids turning them to you. They're turning moist now. Her eyes. She slowly shakes her head and tries to get hold of herself. Brush.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it. That's not what figurines do, Harry.
She looks at the headless Fallen Rider between your fingers.
I didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything. I would have liked the headless Fallen Rider. Back then. You know what I mean. A cop. You've worked there for so long you can't even talk like a normal person anymore. It's always lists with you. Questions. This is another one, isn't it? We're in a tree right now. It's not just the lists or trees or whatever. You get sad. Other people get sad too, but not like you. You stayed down for too long. Until you start giving your thoughts names and talking to things. In conclusion, you're ill. You're an old, insane man. And you have to be in hell until the end of your life. And I have to go to Morova.
With your feet trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, you stand against her, her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eye, she is not kissing you back. Feels like soft fuzz. A bird covered the world's most precious material, reserved for those she lets close enough to feel it. This was not about failure or success. This was always going to be horror. I should not have suggested. The delicate wreath on her forehead. The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours. Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew, and you held on to her hand. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how. She breathes out heavily, as if something painful has passed through her.
Say nothing.
and shakes
Stand there
her
like a
head.
useless dildo.
She shakes her head one more time.
No, Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see. I'm pregnant. You know what this means. Of course not. I terminated yours. Don't you remember? You poor fuck. Poverty-stricken fuck. Now, go ahead. Ask...
More questions. Ask more.
Who says that? I have ruled with kindness, grace. Besides, you're only saying this because things did...
Stop making her angry. She won't start loving you again if you call her a war criminal. Seriously.
You were very bad to me too. We've talked about... I have to, Harry. Really, I've all...
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and I'm happier for it. And I'm really going now. I won't see you, but you will see me. Oh, Harry, this is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how... Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really... I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young. And I smell of tutti-frutti chewing gum. Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago. Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death, or war, or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
Well, that was wild.
You're up quick. How was your sleep? Okay.
He's still worried. You must have... green paint flicks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. The keys rattle like teeth.
The console of an antique computation device. The generator upstairs. Urgence, ouvert, allumé. We need to restore power before using this office. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over.
The console looks on as nothing happened. The dial slides.
Insular. This is an off-air radio...
It's an air-gapped system. An off-air military model. There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian-y, and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it. Filled to the silhouette of a tobacco. Contemporary Rivisholians prefer Druan, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette.
Could be a coincidence. Or, I didn't see any sign.
There's a firing slit in the wall, in front, quite old and grimy. The springs streak trepidation. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square. A towering skyscraper, its top floors, the red chimney and collapsed back of the four-story tenement in front of the whirling. The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. Its sloped roof.
What does that mean? Do you have...
More than that.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? I think we have it. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
It's only moderately effective cop work until we have the weapon. It will not be, how do you say it? Booyah? Where?
He does not answer.
We should move now.
This old cylinder, the lieutenant assists you. There's a red starter. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old...
That should do it.
A dim golden glow animates the...
It's on. Turn emergency open.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
After you. So did I. Not back there, but I don't know. Don't worry. I have a gun. Extra good that I do.
Is it gonna be one of the old men? What's that?
An old man, wearing tracksuit trousers, leans on the... then spits it out, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp.
The what now? I can't hear you. I may have. Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. My eyesight? I did. I should have burned reactionary rock and roll.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM. I did.
We have entered a world where he said you shouldn't. It is the only world.
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. It's a triangle.
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be.
A Samaran rifle.
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Signal commune. Military aid.
No. Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out if it's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand, he stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound.
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
The present to be afraid and cold. Real music. Real Prolet cult. That's La Revacholière, not your rock and roll misanthropy. Chanson de soldat.
Marching song.
Chanson de soldat means literally song of the soldiers.
Forget about that for a moment. You need to address that remark first.
There you go. In Grad, they sang Brave Children. How did it go? Something about shooting.
He waves erratically with his hand, annoyed.
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross. Political Commissar of the 104th. I am a deserter. A partisan.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM?
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia. The army of the rebel. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 4th...
51 minus 8 equals...
No. I was an resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E48. 43 years and 10 months. It's not how a human being should live.
He nods. But he can now.
What have you been doing?
Hiding.
Two police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Patrol officer Judith Minnow. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will...
Always waiting for her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution. A waste. The material base for an uprising, the historic opportunity for our...
What has he done? Perhaps a...
Yes, what? To get things going again?
There is no flame to fan. There is nothing. You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Rev... You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer.
A spray of blood from his mouth. On the black... Rene, the royalist on the coast, said.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitor.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
Honor is a feudal atavism. My motive is class. No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideologic trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a
He nods slowly, then another tremor.
No, you're not. All the real communists are dead.
Detective, we have not come here. We have come to ask questions.
The old man spits. There's definitely something off with his body. Something more than just metabolism.
How does anyone survive?
Now hold on there.
Supplies, vegetables.
How is your health?
I've been throwing up blood since winter.
He does seem frail. Good for his...
The RCM can provide...
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they... I have been running out of that stuff. I haven't. I have holes in my brain. I don't even know what.
I would imagine it gets tremendous.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watched the people of this city turn the lights back on. It's disgusting. There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce. I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting.
There is no after the war.
So he's continued killing. Go in straight. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
I don't want to tell you anything.
Hey, Mayo.
And why did you think that was a good idea?
The who?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in.
Oh, yes. That...
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol.
Exhaust him with proof. The scent of blood in the air. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies.
You had direct visibility. You've been here a long time, Mr.
I'm ready to die.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascies, for fascists, just one thing remains unclear. The right...
Forget about your stupid...
He lost it. He just doesn't know where it is. Forget it.
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you?
Almost. He almost burst out there. Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. There were Maybells in the grass when you got nowhere else. No, wait. Don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Club. You got it. Remember? Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. Nothing else comes up. You see, the lieutenant. I'm sorry. This didn't do anything. Usually hurt.
Officer, a word? I think we may have this. From nothing to this in a day. This is good, Lieutenant Gefreiter. We just need a confession first, and then maybe a solid motive later. I can see that, yes. Yes, good going. That should be our first. Good. We are doing very good.
You hear that? He thinks you're...
Well, I can think of one thing.
Yes, sire.
Remember, he wants to tell us.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
His gaze follows the rifles in a shabby step. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burned into the wood. Triangon.
Jacketed, military-grade ammunition. Worn, personalized even.
No response from the old man keeps... This looked very much like the murder weapon. It can be used against him later.
Composure.
I ain't going.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slashed. Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You need to get so magged up. One stroke. Don't be so modest. Yes, if you want to live, you need to.
No.
Minions of capital. Minions of capital.
For a 60-year-old...
I am at the point where I want to beat this now. I want to beat this game. I want to play something else on Saturday.
Minions of capital.
For a 60...
Hey Alex, what's up? Did we feed you with that?
Minions of capital.
I got a north of 50% chance, and I am beefing it every time.
Minions of capital. What do you...
For...
Do I have anything that gives me composure?
Minions of capital. What do you want?
What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain. Indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet...
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions. Bouts of rage.
Petty bourgeois law.
A drop of blood. That's right. Pile it all on him now.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is... So many this year, too. The spring is coming. They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. The coast, too, before they pile their containers.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years.
I may. Classier.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
My ears don't. With the victim.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. Almost. But you need
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what...
Show me the souls, please, Mr.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is called sensory. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern soul.
The size fits, but not the soul.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
Racking those brains, are you?
The lieutenant, the prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the... You've almost got him. Just the last little push.
Not a lot of guns around that use...
It's a real gun. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you...
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. So he saw you. Okay. So what?
Like, fuck you did. You didn't handle anything. None of those people mean anything.
You're getting diverted.
So you watched the fight. Did you like what you saw?
You don't know anything.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it? 4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this, when you have the...
Murder. You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood. Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I have got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her. Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own, and so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at them? The victim and a young woman having sex?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where you can coax it out of him.
I don't understand. Do you, detective?
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle's scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. You got him going. Connect. Start with when he first saw him.
3 weeks ago, when the rich hag...
Joyce. He means Joyce.
Wrinkled up whore. They moved into a deserted apartment above the roundabout. Radio equipment out for all... I've seen their kind during the landing. Those Occidental and masked fella. Barely alive. They like to kill while they're on their drugs. After the landing, in the I could see they've returned now. to show their real face. The face they don't dare show their bourgeois voters back on Mundi. Them fucking. I didn't like...
Splat. A bloody spitball.
A tragic comedy.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him. The familiar put, put, put.
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped because of the racists. Everyone is a racist. Pumped full of steroids and radio Revachol. Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than intense, like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht. The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon. Or quite, that's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only.
The disco whores are too much. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people. Might be worth investigating.
Syphilis is a disease Philip III contracted and the bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine.
That is technically possible, although Philippe III was not...
And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. What a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why? That's right. Some advertising cockroaches erected a cynical, decent art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity. Horse. Another hideous disappointment.
Disappointment. So personal. He displayed...
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him. That mobster toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no...
He's been sweet-talked by this Edgar. They must have met in person for some...
You can't live alone.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard.
Of course. Maybe the... Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first.
I haven't approached anyone.
How did he know you were?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I was right about one of those things. 20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now.
That's around the time the Clares came to power.
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzoff. Oh, and charity. Let me be here. The ZOC
hey,
is
Evil
an
Ringo,
unlawful
thank you for
successor
the
of
raid.
Commune
We
of
are
Revachol.
getting very close to the
We
end of this
took
game.
fortification from the
I'm
loyalists.
told.
Even the Clares understood.
They let him be here.
Thank you for the shout out.
Was a courtesy.
Sea of Thieves. Hope that was
why
good.
such a courtesy?
I'm not doing anything.
Again?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them, but he's insinuating something. Oh no, the connection doesn't. Dumbo, do something. Slap yourself in the head again. Jumpstart it. By God, we are...
Officer, Mr. Dross, about this deal, what about the other people?
Other people?
Like the previous 4 women of the Union.
That's it. That's what...
I didn't fight 40 years to end up an informant.
Still dumb. Your eyes are transfixed on his digits. Before, when you asked him about the Union, he said...
Look who's up.
We will have plenty of time to talk about this, Mr. Dross, when you're in...
Go ahead.
Ease off it. This was not an unmitigated disaster.
Every fucking morning.
72%.
For 34 years. Throwing that ball. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack, across the water each day. I remember him. I remember him
Personally,
from
he's making a
Lanos.
model.
Not him, personally. That one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pipe.
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant. Just begging to be not yet. I like to look at him strut around.
Save the treat for later.
He is a juicy bonbon, that one.
So, how was Sea
A
of
real
Thieves tonight,
treat
Evil Ringo?
to the
Was it
black
good?
day.
I've never
The
played, but I've
blacks.
heard good things about it.
When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think. No, don't waste it. Better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one.
Glad. It's all gone.
His lip curls into a sneer.
Glad.
Is what you plan to say before you can get...
Officer, are we sure? We could maybe...
The old man looks at his rifle
I have
in
nothing.
your hands.
Well...
A little startled for some reason.
Real...
Marchins, forget about that for a moment. You need...
You don't understand anything.
His lip curls into a sneer at...
Every royalist goose played like... I remember that one.
There doesn't seem to be a single...
Fat and plump, like a pheasant. Not yet.
Save the treat.
He is better.
Alright.
I even...
Glad.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week. Do you understand?
But... No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Shit. I literally cannot raise my perception anymore. And I can't change anything else. Here we go!
Not really.
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
You come back for me?
What is this farce?
Lillian. You could ask her, maybe.
No.
There it is again. To your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against...
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat. What?
What are you talking about? Is this... really...
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds.
What?
Limb by limb. To then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
What are you talking about? There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster. But you don't have a gun.
Tell me what you see, damn it.
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
I'm stunned that this actually turned out to be a thing.
creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. The segmented antennae move with apprehension, searching for something. You, reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Oh no, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
You barely get... The creature stands on long stilt. The segment reed-like. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something. You smell.
It is.
You glance over your shoulder.
We need a photo.
From the corner of your eye,
I won't be one of those fools.
You see the phasmid turn to him.
I don't think the pheromone...
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air. Slowly. Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward like laughter, a sort of happiness. Sweat drips from your brow, soaking your chest. You reek of it, your chemicals. The tracheal system on the creature's abdomen expands in front of you to take in and expel air. It's smelling you. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature, no reply. A total ancient silence. You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature.
Careful. It may...
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts.
I exist.
What?
Tell me what it's like for you. Fire? Where? I do not have fire inside me. In me, there is not even blood, but lymph, like sap from a wine palm. Now, I will tell you what it's like for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, shapes of plants and animals. An internal sensation. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul. Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation reflected in your forebrain, even when you're sleeping. And when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute, and that must be incredibly hard. The arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
In honor of your shit, Lieutenant Ephraiteur, which you kept together in the face of total unrelenting terror, day after day, second by second. Detective, arriving on the scene.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect? Yes. No one detected me for such a long time. No one believed I exist. Almost no one. Until you came, detective. Dripping of blood that smells like stroke. No. You're awake. I am real. Light is foaming me. Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily. I think we should eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Or read. Yum yum.
Look, favorite character in the game. This is great.
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulandian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys. No one unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Rebelshaw, district of Martinez, March 51. No, you are the miracle. The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while you are extreme, all-engulfing madness. A volatile simian nervous system, ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all. It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind. You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident. We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if you misplace us all one day, or just forget? Please be. Or one day, one of you will close your eyes and sigh, and open them to see that none of this ever existed. No, there is one more. Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and
Do
go
it for the
forward.
working class.
Do
The
it
bugs are
for
communists
the working
too.
class. She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light.
I got it.
For all time. The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the kiting...
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing. A sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like the creep. Some sort of countdown process is happening. That's another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you. As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
I mean, the phasmid didn't actually load back in when I... oh, there we go.
And just like that, it's gone.
That was one of the coolest
Skating
things I
away
think I've done
across
in a
the
video.
sea's calm mirror, like a skipping stone. And something under it, in the place.
It's gone. Looks like a nest of some sort. We should... Apparently, yes. Like a water strider.
What? In some kind of strange...
Our suspect is not looking so good. We...
Oh.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman.
Classia's hidden documents. From the...
It's Clasia, with short black hair and glasses.
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or... Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it...
By now, the lieutenant has accepted your...
She said it would be for... Anouk Me...
Katardina Alazia was supposed to be her real name. I told you she kept lying to you. She's probably lying to someone else right now, in another city.
Yes, somehow she managed to lie to us. One more time. In a way, she... I don't know. But it's not Katarzyna. Perhaps it's better that...
I genuinely, that was very cool. I liked that a lot.
What is it? Something is very wrong with him now.
See? Mr. Dross?
The man does not respond. A light shiver.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor...
The trembling mouth.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
He stares into the reeds. No reaction. This is an old man, at last. No longer attends.
Did you take this passport and other...
The spirits.
He hears us.
No reply.
Try something else?
The plastic cape. The blacks of his eyes are the strength as all...
Old age and shock. Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasm.
There's much more. Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
That could be part of the shock.
No response.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids? Mr. Dross. The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical... He was energetic and articulate. After all these years, it does not seem to be animated now it's left. I mean, why not? He did seem distraught. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of...
No one would believe you without it.
We should think about getting back to the mainland.
Wow. I genuinely did not expect that the phasmid would be real. I thought this was good. In a lot of games, that would have been a running joke. Right? Like, what happens if you don't see him? Like, that was not a high... That was not a high likelihood roll for me. That was not something, like... I have rolled at 42% or thereabouts a lot in this game and fucking beefed it most of the time.
The skiff is swaying on the...
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks, but for the sound of conversation on the water. Two men and a woman stand. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Look what the tide brought him. Harry, you're bleeding all over the place.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen.
We're not forgetting about anything. Look bothered by it. Harry, you look... Oh, fuck it.
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstein.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar. And this is your special task force. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstein, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's...
Lieutenant Kim Kisoragi, Prison 57.
The scene is making even him feel as though...
We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact...
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among you.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm.
Harry, we want to help you.
This is the horse-faced woman. I don't know why you named her that.
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in...
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now.
What does he have to say for him? Shit, kid. What an interesting Monica.
God damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. You're detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we? Sure. You're not a superstar law official. Talk on the town is your Guillaume Le Million reincarnate. You.
Despite all that you've done, the deserter, the phasmid, the case, good idea. It doesn't look like he thinks you're in a position.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd love, and it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
I'm clinically depressed, Harry. Sorry if I wasn't in the mood to batter you up after you did you. Or did you literally not recognize my face?
Absolutely no idea. He's right. Don't start guessing. Now's not a good...
It's okay. I didn't come here to gloat or...
That's right. Worried. I'm all Euro worried fast. She's worried about you. I'm worried about you. Evans?
Yes, I'm Trent Heilerstein. I never... Mikhail? Mikhail is my son. No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail won again. I was asked to share my take on some of the more fringe academic theories developed in...
He's here to see if you're insane. Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. He doesn't.
See? He really doesn't remember.
Yeah, that's fair. The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trent.
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money. Isola, pal.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but...
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically?
Psychotraumatic amnesia, Trent? I can go for that. Shit kid is a broken man. I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blank... Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more...
So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something... Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years, hardwired to the free market. He just need it for its end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he...
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is it... Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here. No, now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry? Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic. And Patrol Officer Minnow picks it.
He found it.
And your gun?
As if having your badge and gun. Yeah, you don't have that. Maybe you can philosophize your way out of it.
Upgraded it. I don't care about your weapon mania, Harry. I knew it.
This isn't cause for...
Oh, I would say it's very bad. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Please, put the stolen rifle away before you kill someone. So you forgot to drink?
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
I don't believe you. You're drunk. You let a suspect escape. A certain...
We've read the reports, Harry. Lieutenant Kitsuragis. We know.
Oh, well. If she was special, or the fact that you're Everclear's little peony now, doing it compared to the 7 people who were gunned down. The street...
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot and survived only because of his armor. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been. Detective, it's better if I...
It's so much better if...
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle. You've spent the week with him. On this...
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing. Also
and I didn't. I have not had a single drink in game.
Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the superstardom. He likes to, from time to time, allude to being a superstar.
So this is the summation. This is the parlor scene where we figure out how I've done.
I'm not so sure. He says disco about 20 times a day. It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer, is a little odd.
You should yell something. Yes, let's let the big boys talk.
Other still, he is also an ultra-liberal hustler who is always on the grind.
I'm not vocal about being on the grind. I actually...
do not know.
Well, I guess I did take a lot of bribes.
About both of them. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea. Something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective. One of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him anything. And he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped working on the case. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke.
I see, this is what I wanted at the end of Life is Strange. This scene is what I wanted at the end of Life is Strange. A summation of the things I've done and how they have changed things. Or even just how this one character views them.
It was what it was.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession.
Like, I want to see other endings now. This makes this a game
locked on
worth
the island
replaying.
right now. awaiting transportation. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, he also
Disco.
discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows you hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever
I have to.
discovered.
I have to.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected
Boom
to the
shakalaka, motherfucker.
Detective? The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence.
So it is connected.
Every weird thing is connected.
I
Get
must say,
fucked,
this
Jean.
is absolutely extraordinary. It's...
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
Hooray! I did the thing!
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
Female?
You had to see it. It had this...
Incredible.
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male.
Bowers are built by males of the species who can't afford colorful mating
Must be robust if it can move a helmet with it. As in cloning itself? What makes you think, Then it wouldn't matter if it's male or female. The bower would just be...
That makes sense.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could...
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional.
This would really help.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This...
Without it...
You're doing good here. Quit while you're ahead? Or no?
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym. The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a
interesting.
chauvinist
I actually kind of wish
activist,
that
so
that
they
had come
used
up in
matronyms,
real
derived
world
from
socialist
mother's
revolutions.
Instead, this man's mother was Lily.
Lilianovich,
His
I didn't even
Lilian's
notice
son,
that. That's great.
Lilianovich.
So, it is what...
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of culture.
Of course, excuse me.
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
And it worked?
Yes, until we stopped it. He saw the mercenary. Also, we have a sniper's nest with full view of the roof.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that. Way, way more.
Perfect folding mechanism.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It will pass in time.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open. In Martinez, wherever.
Understood.
But a case against every...
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related.
This has to be good stuff for him to backpedal out of it at first minute.
Yes, yes. Fallen through.
The body was transported to Precinct 40.
You're not the only cop in the...
Still. Good.
It's still a point for you.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is. Why?
There was a fridge we needed and a possible wit.
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude.
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations potential...
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs...
Now you will finally get to know. The man looks west, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
No. You're too unstable to work for my boss.
I assure you.
He would immediately. I told you it's not that bad.
Who is...
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over.
Fine.
If she and her husband work, they should know as soon as possible.
She is going to be. Watch out, or she'll faint.
Who are you? Well, obviously you're not a gym.
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair. Some of your more old-school wording choices.
Also, this guy. Just everything.
In your 20s or late 20s, you've really let yourself... Yes, you taught gym in Coron. I believe that's the...
The smell of sweat. Coron is just east of Jamrock. It was a short walk every...
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
His smirk suggests, Billy.
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and rub.
I knew it.
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also,
you really went with it too.
Dora something. Dora Engelund.
Not Dora Dubois.
No one is married anymore. This is... God, I don't know.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah, you're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing, I think. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. Incredibly bangable. She was incredibly fuckable. A beautiful bourgeois
Okay, this
woman.
got deeply
Wayfish,
uncomfortable.
Like a Welkin, basically.
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin. Pain Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual...
Look.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist?
In other words, he's heard enough.
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard?
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and...
Get back to it. We left Mac the Torso Torson and Chester McLean.
They are damn iconic though. Torson and...
Yeah, not like us. Too clinically depressed. God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
He's anything but a loser. Although...
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price.
He's one of the most highly regarded...
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird, with 2... They speak of change. The city. The tension on the streets.
So he remembers that. Yes.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town.
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not...
He means it. The RCM and your clearance will not go up while you're with it.
Okay. It's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11...
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most... Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Rivershoal. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready. Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of 2 captains with my... Work with... Price?
Would fit in. And great, this truly came as a surprise.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH.
Yes, let's keep the band together!
I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
He's really considering it.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage.
You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man
Some
without
fucked up
eyelids
shit in that paragraph. What the
smiles.
fuck?
Spring has come. It's time. Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Ptolemy Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
And there it is. I look like an absolute fucking lunatic. But that's fine. You know what? Okay, I want to know how I I know there is an ending with the tie and the bottle of spirit. And I don't know. Just phase through that door, Harry. Just phase through it. Oh. Is there something I need to wait? Like, is there a post-credit scene? Oh, but I also can't skip it. There were times when it felt like the game was dragging, partially because I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Or because I beefed a couple of rolls. But ultimately, in the end, I really liked this game. It had... Even when it was making weird choices, I have played few games, especially in the last 10 years, maybe even 15 years, that had quite as much a sense of its own thing as Disco Elysium. And even if nothing else, I mean, this is the game that made me a speedrunner, right? Like, this is the game that legitimately, like, the stuff I'm doing with, Dynasty Warriors, like, that's just finding an empty category. But my game over percent speedrun is legitimately like is speedrunning. Oh, so this is so like all of the voices talking to you were Final Cut? Or did they change voice actors? And I'm super curious, what was your impression? Yes, I think that's, and I agree with all of it. Ultimately, I agree with all of those, but I ended up coming down more on that. I enjoyed it, and I liked the ability to save scum. Because I think it recognized that people would be in there. Oh my god, these are going on for so long. You're not wrong. There is a way to play through this game. Like, if you are a very honest person, and you are just, I'm gonna get what I get with my skills and my roles. I respect that, and I think that you have a more pure narrative experience. Ultimately, you're not wrong. I still felt like at times there were those moments of like, yes! Like when I got the fucking cryptid. Because I'm not sure I would have gone back and done all of that again just to get the cryptid. Although it ended up being so useful, as did my going back and redoing my Inland Empire role. I think that's a valid criticism. The fact that I still overall enjoyed it does not mean that that's not a valid criticism. Holy shit, these are a lot of, Yeah. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I just still think that the experience was overall enjoyable for me. Okay. What happens if I continue? I'm back here. Never mind. Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what I'm going to play on Saturday now. I just knew I wanted to get to the end of it because I kept feeling like I was so close. I think if I do Spec Ops, I'm going to do it as a special event, and I'm going to give a little bit of time to advertise to get people who have said they want to see it in. So probably not Spec Ops on Saturday. I will probably figure out a time to do that otherwise. Honestly, Saturday might be Dragon Age, might be another Dynasty Warrior 7 speed run. I did just get a new Soulsborne that I could install. Blasphemous. I don't know. That was a really interesting experience. I am ultimately very glad that I did that. I do have Bloodborne. I do have Elden Ring. Yeah, I don't know. I will think about it. Again, it will be an evening stream. I don't know. All right. Well, regardless. It has been delightful. I am probably going to just call it. You know what? We'll raid Purse. So we'll be back on Saturday with an evening stream, probably 7 to 8 starting. Thank you. I have really enjoyed the Disco Elysium experience. Thank you for coming with me on it. Now I'm going to watch some speedruns, because that's the other thing. I'm going to do a legit any percent speedrun, because I think I can do it reasonably. There's only 2 without a stat glitch, so I'm guaranteed third, and second place is an hour. So I'm going to watch the 40-minute one and see if I can get it down. In the meantime, we will see you all on Saturday.
Another hour of Jackbox here. Nice to see you guys, thank you. Who was streaming on Ad Hoc tonight?
Demands your input. Would you like a question?
Nice, you finished Disco Elysium? What'd you think? I heard that game is a ride. Embark, nice. What's up, Embark? Question about Thief. No sniffers in chat.